4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to the July 11th meeting of City Council. We'll call for the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you and welcome everyone. We'll now go to, I need a motion to adopt the previous council. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
Chris Thiessen, sorry.
Oh, thank you, Mike O'Connor, Deputy Mayor. I would move that Council adopt the minutes of the City Council meeting held June 27th, 2022 as presented.
And that motion's in order. Call the question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
That is carried. Thank you. Now we'll go to a special council meeting. It'll need a motion. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mike O'Connor. I move the council adopt the minutes of the special city council meeting held June 28th, 2022 as presented.
Call a question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
Mayor Clayton in favor.
That was carried unanimously. And I'd like a motion to adopt the agenda, and that would be Councillor Blackmore.
I would move that council adopt the agenda as presented.
Motion's in order. Call the question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
Mayor Clayton. Mayor Clayton, how do you vote? Okay, we've lost connections, so we'll make the motion as it stands. That is carried. We have open delegations with the Community Advisory Board. Please approach. Please introduce yourselves and welcome to City Council.
Good afternoon. My name is Len Auger. I'm the co-chair for the Community Advisory Board for the Homeless for the City of Grande Prairie.
My name is Carson Irby. I'm the Housing and Homeless Initiatives Supervisor, providing assistance to Mr. Auger.
Yeah, I have to work with him. Just of interest before I get going, wondering why the land acknowledgement wasn't done by City Council.
It's a good question.
Thank you. Just interest.
No.
Okay. We'll correct that in the future.
Thanks. Anyway, I'm here to talk about CAB, the Community Advisory Board, and it's really to give the City Council an update as to what's going on, what's happened over the last few years, some data, and talking with Carson here. I was actually looking for data from since we started in 2020. That's when the Community Advisory Board started. I haven't been there since 2020. I've been here for, I think, about 5 years with CAB. It was formed in 2000 and it has evolved to what is now known as the Community Advisory Board on Housing and Homelessness. So anything and everything that we do is geared towards our homeless, our vulnerable population, and of course the low income and supportive housing in Grande Prairie with the Reaching Home program. CAB acts as an advisor to the City of Grande Prairie for grant funding received from the Government of Canada, the Province of Alberta, and to give input into current and future priorities for affordable housing and ending homelessness. CAB ensures that the priorities identified in the community plan, the federal, and service delivery plan, provincial, are met through a fair and transparent funding process, and is generally responsible for developing a review committee, terms of reference for the solicitation, review and recommendation of projects to the City of Grande Prairie. Also assessing progress in addressing community priorities, ensuring plans are being developed and updated, and to provide a community perspective on housing and homelessness. CAB's membership. We do have a diversified group of people that are members of CAB. We do have somebody from the community at large, somebody from the Indigenous community. In fact, there's two of us, Darlene Cardinal and myself, represent the Indigenous community. Youth, and we have struggled to try and get a youth representative, persons with disabilities, business, mental health, faith-based, newcomers, immigrants, and the health sector services, seniors, and addictions. We do have a good group of resource members from the City of Grande Prairie. We have city councillors, Government of Canada, Provincial Ministry of Community Social Services. So I take great pride in saying that we do have a good working relationship with the feds and provincial, and of course the City of Grande Prairie. There is funding that we get from the federal and provincial. And with the federal, we talk about it as the Reaching Home project. And in 2020, we got $405,000. And in 2022-23, we got $1.249 million. So you can see the funding is increasing over the years. And of course, there's many, many reasons why funding needed to increase. So Reaching Home is one of the federal aspects of our funding process. And really what we're looking for when Reaching Home is prevention efforts, outreach, diversion, food supports, day shelter, mat programs, and bridge housing. And of course, there's organizations that get funding from Reaching Home. And of course, it's spread out over 2 or 3 main groups in the city here. So we take a look at why CAB is around, really understanding what are the leading issues causing homelessness in Grande Prairie. And there's many reasons. Affordability is one of them. Many people with many different types of addictions. Complex needs, that could be mental, social, physical, and medical needs. And then, of course, we also get a lot of people that come from out of town. And we're talking about the discharge plans for individuals exiting from Peace River Institute and maybe other places. So we get them here in the city and we see them and they're looking for places to stay. And the last part was, again, COVID-19 repayments. There is some longer term trends that we take a look at. And we all need to understand that homelessness is ever more complex. And it is getting tougher to deal with all the issues that our homeless people have. Service provision has grown to match this need and then also probably needs more. Coordinated access is key to ensure for the timeliness of supports. Upstream investments in mental health, addictions, poverty reduction, and system coordination will mitigate risk factors. And last but not least, supply of housing needs to be ample to deal with the needs of the individual. And we're talking not just the homeless, but the low income and people that need support in getting and finding a home. So that's our presentation from CAB. I do have some thoughts in closing, and one being, to me, a big one is why I was looking for the data from 2000 is really the question I ask myself in being part of CAB, is are we really getting ahead? And the population has increased. And so when you take a look at some of the graphs that we had, sorry we didn't show you any of the graphs, but we had them from for the last 5 years, I think. And really the trend is kind of staying the same. And so what more can we as CAB do? What more can the city do? What more can the provincial government do? And what more can the federal government do? And talking with Karsten the other day, and I keep saying that are we really focusing on the right things in the city of Grande Prairie? I still see so many young people out there, and even some older people, that are homeless. And they're the same ones from last year. And I do know Reaching Home works. I know the Kiwi Win program works. But we're not really reaching the street people. And again, that's my opinion, having been on CAB for a while. And also being the president of the Friendship Center, I get to see all these people every day. And so yes, my own personal closing thought is we need to take a look at the true homeless people and what more can we do. So again, thank you for allowing me to do the presentation. And did you have anything, Karsten, since you're the new guy?
I'll be able to field any questions. I'll leave it.
Yeah, any questions?
Okay, we do have questions. We have, my queue is filling quite up. Thank you very much for your concern. I think it's all of our concern in this community and all. Councillor Gladys Blackmore.
Thanks for coming today, Mr. Auger. One of the things you mentioned you kind of briefly sailed over it, was the supply of available housing needs to meet the needs of the people who are in the hard-to-house part of our population. So how do you feel we're doing with supply? Are we like 50% short, 10% short, oversupply? How do you feel about that?
Well, based on what I hear from Jen, who coordinated our Kiwi Win program, I think most of the issues are hard to work with people. We believe there's a good relationship between a lot of the city apartment managers, which is good. But for people to get affordable housing, that's probably more the issue. We do have programs and funding for Reaching Home for certain families. And again, I'm just going to go back to the homeless. We do know that some of them do get some placements by social services, and they don't stay in there very long. And that's kind of the hard to, there is a group of people out there that are very hard to accommodate for many, many different reasons.
And if I could ask a follow-up question. You say you've seen people, last year who were homeless and this year they're still homeless. Have you asked them why they don't manage to stick? Like, what is it? What part are we missing? What part are they missing? There has to be some reason.
To me, in talking, I'll give you a real name. His name is Rob. He's been one of our homeless people in Grande Prairie. You see him all over. You see him down by Costco. This week, he's over on the West End on 40. And he just doesn't want to live in somebody's apartment. He's very choosy and picky because there's no apartments in the neighborhood. He wants to do his business in whatever he does. There's some that just don't want any help. They want to be outside. They want to live outside. And I would say there's probably half a dozen, and some of them are just around the corner here. They don't even go into the mats because it's summer. Yes, they are very hard. Hard to understand.
Okay, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Chair O'Connor. Vice Deputy Mayor O'Connor. I don't know how many more. Anyway, thank you, Len and Carson, for coming. I'm fortunate enough to sit on this board with you through the Downtown Association, so I do see all the work that goes through the CAB board. I guess a question I have for either of you, and maybe Len, because you've been in the area so long, would you say the numbers aren't going down because this issue isn't a hidden issue anymore? Which in retrospect is a good thing. These issues aren't hidden like they used to be years ago. And so therefore we're seeing, what we have to deal with in front of us more so than, behind closed doors.
To that larger point, I would just, I'd probably agree, Councillor Bosch, but we can't forget the social impacts and system impacts that have been exposed through COVID-19. It really is unprecedented in our lifetimes, and I think it has exposed a lot of individuals to this dynamic, and we'll see how that settles. I think all we can do as a city and as a province and as a nation is make sure that the capacity is there to make sure people are dignified, that these issues and the individuals have the supports needed to live independently or to live as independently as they possibly can. Are there system improvements? Absolutely. But we have a fundamental core need, and we need to make sure those key aspects are addressed. And that's part of a cultural change that we're seeing not only in this municipality, but in other jurisdictions as well. So.
I agree. I have to say I've seen some good things come out of CAB, some great things come out of city and programs through the city. So I'm focused on the positive that we can do better and do more, and through organizations like yours and all of us on the same page. I think we can. It's just not an easy solution. So thank you for coming.
I would just add, Wendy, that we have a lot of new people in Grande Prairie. And just as an example, I was at the center today at 12 o'clock for lunch. And I would say a third of the people I have not seen before. We're getting a lot of outsiders. And interesting, a lot of young ladies are become part of the homeless situation.
It's true. I've kept up with the stats, and just for people, boots on the ground, people who know what's going on like you. And that seems to be something that is kind of unprecedented than what we used to see in the past with these young people,
Thank you. Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Connor. And thank you, gentlemen. I was coming back from a function a couple weeks ago and was quite surprised and heartbroken at the number of young adults walking the streets with their backpacks at 1 a.m. and you know that they had nowhere to go that night. So, Len, with the community care campus, we're currently housing roughly 27 people. Hopefully within the next few months, I won't guarantee how many months, but within months, that capacity should be up to roughly 109 beds. So there's 82 beds coming. What percentage do you think that will fill, and do you feel that we'll need more beyond that?
I think Karsten can answer that one a bit better than me, but I'll give you my thought on that. There is a long, drawn-out process for people to get approved to get to go into CCC. They have to meet certain standards and all that, and not all of our people can meet that, so they'll still be outside. The same thing happens even at Wapiti House. There's certain guidelines that they have to meet and all that, so they can stay in there. So some of the barriers are created by the system itself. And that's just my thought.
So to that end, I wouldn't speak to the global sort of homelessness situation in Grande Prairie, because CAB, in terms of funding allocations, is really only responsible for, or required to be responsible for, federal allocations. Definitely has input onto some provincial allocations, which are currently supporting the operations within the CCC. So I wouldn't think it, it would be prudent to ask CAB's influence or capacity in that, but we'd be glad to report on those sorts of questions, which are quite valid, and its larger impact on the city's homelessness population when the opportunities more appropriate.
Okay, thanks. If I can ask a supplemental?
I'll let Councillor Thiessen get in, and I'll let you back in after that, and then you'll be able to be the one. Let him go? Go ahead.
So Len, around the 6 individuals that you had mentioned, or roughly 6 individuals that are hard to home or hard to house, is that a mental health issue, or do you feel that they're staying where they are out of their own personal safety?
I think it's a combination of many things. Financial probably being one too. Being jobless is another one. Not medically fit either, always sick. So yes, you're going to get into a lot of different personal conditions, including mental health. And mental health is always alluded to as your number one cause for homelessness. And it's true. I seen a young lady today that was just out, literally out of it. And she was probably in her mid-20s. And so how do you work with that lady? Do we have dedicated workers that are out on the street working with those individuals that you see at 1 in the morning? And I don't know. They all have issues of some kind.
Okay, thanks, Len.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor O'Connor. Appreciate it. And thank you, gentlemen, for being here today and presenting some important stuff on here at City Hall on traditional Treaty 8 lands. Really appreciate it. And I'm just going to stand on a soapbox quickly, but I do have a question. I think a lot of the issues is being the member on council that sits on CAB is really, the root is really trauma, is what most people are impacted by and what keeps them in a state of homelessness. I think how do we keep people in places is we create opportunities for connection to the community, to each other, and to themselves. We've also had an increased prison population overload into Grande Prairie, especially due to COVID, and the need for city services for people who are experiencing complex needs. These all aggravate an already aggravated situation, which I believe last time we had about 287 people counted as in our point in time counts for homelessness. So it definitely some challenges that we face, and the biggest challenge is the fact that bricks and mortar take a lot longer to build than it does to put people in those homes. And so we got to make sure that the red tape is being cut while we're building those houses. My question though is, probably for Karsten, so the federal government sits on CAB. And for the last 2 years, and Wendy can attest because she sat on CAB as well, I've been poking them and saying, what are we going to do with all these CERB payments or repayments that are expected? And I was actually quite surprised because I didn't see it in CAB. That the number 5 reason for people experiencing homelessness is the fact that they have to repay their CERB and they no longer have access to government services until they repay that back, right? So what is the government doing, or what have they said to you at least in conversation about how they're easing that transition? Because right now across Canada, we have 1 million people that the government is trying to get CERB payments back from across the country. How are they working with us to ensure that people aren't forced out on the streets because of it?
Yeah, no, I think that's a valid question, and one that we will have to frame to your federal counterparts. I think in terms of our representative on CAB, she wouldn't know the answer directly related to that piece. I'm not here to defend or to promote the federal government, but you can see the allocation size of the funding supports in this respective lane. Yeah, the dramatic increase in financial supports that have been allocated in correspondence with the directives of the Reaching Home program, which is really focused in on providing the housing supports, not dealing with the payment apparatus around why individuals may be financially pressured into that. But I think it's a valid conversation that we would need to revisit and probably bring in other federal counterparts to give us a more conclusive sort of game plan and answer to that respective piece.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I think maybe that's perhaps a conversation we can have at the next CAB meeting, largely because people now are already stretched with inflation, and now when they can't get access to the funds that they've already been qualified for, whether it's AISH or any other program that we have going for supports, it becomes a problematic issue, and it just exasperates an already bad situation. So I think that could be a good direction we could go. But thank you for your answer.
Well, thank you very much, Len and Carson. Thank you for making your presence here today, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, but I would like to leave with one very positive comment. I would like to thank the city councilors that supported and came out to our Grand Gala. We had a goal to reach 120,000, and we got more than 131,000 for our Friendship Center. And I know Kevin spent lots of money. But it wasn't on the prizes or the draw. Thank you. It was appreciated.
It was a very, very good event. It was spectacular.
Well, that's the first one. We're planning on doing it every year.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So I'd like to invite up the Peace Country Wolves Athletics to come to the table. Please introduce yourselves, and if you have a presentation, thank you. You have 5 minutes to speak, and then council will ask you questions after that.
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Nellison, and I am the Executive Director and the Associate Head Coach of the Peace Country Wolves Athletics Club. Good afternoon. My name is Travis Chabot, and I am a member at large with the club. Are we getting a signal, VGA signal?
Thank you for that. Okay. So, last year, the city was gifted with the Legion Field, and we are so grateful for all the work that's being done with the media tower. We're very much looking forward to being able to use that facility. And all the large-scale events that the city can attract using that facility. So speaking of large-scale events, our club is looking to host the Alberta Schools Athletic Association Provincial Track and Field Championships in Grande Prairie in 2022. 2024, sorry. Today is 2022. Every 4 years, the association is granted the opportunity to host provincials for high school. For the past 20 years, our zone has hosted the meet, but we are unable to do that in Grande Prairie because of the facilities don't meet the standards. The ASAA Track and Field Provincial Championships is the largest event in high school sports in Alberta. It's a 2-day event. It includes 800 athletes, and there are 200 coaches and officials and volunteers. That means 500 hotel rooms and meals for 1,000 participants over 2 days. It has the capacity to bring a lot of money into the city, as well as people. Retrofitting the Legion Track facility would make Grande Prairie the only city in our zone capable of hosting this major event and bring hundreds of visitors into our vibrant community. There's a reason that we haven't been able to do this. The facility doesn't meet the standards for hosting provincials. The ASAA has a set of criteria, and my partner Chris was going to go over this in just a minute. Today, we're here to request that the City Council direct City Administration to investigate and report back to City Council prior to the end of August on retrofitting the Legion Track facility. This includes design plans and costs, all that's required to retrofit the facility to meet the safety and competition standards of the ASAA. Our club is prepared to assist the city, as we've done in the past, by applying for a $124,999 Community Facility Enhancement Program grant. To complete the application, we need the blueprints and the cost for phase 1. That's the media tower project that's currently undergoing. Design plans and costs for phase 2, which we're going to propose today, and a letter of city support to apply for the grant. Right now, so the association, we've been offered the opportunity to host high school in 2023 provincials, but we couldn't find somebody, and we decided we couldn't host it, and Louis Chabot, who's a teacher at GB Christian, he said he won't do it for 2023, but if you push it to 2024, maybe we can get the facility up and going so we can host it locally. So that's the hope, is that we can get provincials here in 2024 and get that work started as soon as possible. Maybe we'll just skip ahead, and we can come back to this if we need to.
So the updates that are required for the Legion Track. So, and we've built this into phases to help with the application for the CFEP grant. So phase 1 involves the work that is currently being done to the Legion Field Media Tower. So things that happen to the media tower, the building is a little old, and so the stairs and the top floors are unsafe for use currently. The City of Grande Prairie has already been working on the Legion Tower and has put money forward to get the Legion Tower redone. Thank you to Stephanie Casulet, the City Manager of the Sport Development, Wellness, and Culture. She has been fantastic at helping us get information, and she let us know that there's high-speed internet access will be added to the tower so we can host an event like the Alberta Schools Athletics Association High School Track and Field Provincials. In phase 2, there are many different projects that we need to get done by the summer of 2023. We need to remove and rebuild the horizontal, as in long jump and triple jump area, and the vertical jumps area, which is high jump and pole vault. The space is currently unsuitable for competition due to a heaving issue, that we have noticed on the surface. There's an estimated cost of $300,000 to fix that. Another project is to have the finish line bleachers include a platform and add poles for a timing system and camera that will be used for track and field competitions. In phase 2 as well, there's a smaller task, but very much needed, is to replace the shot put concrete stop board, which is that white board at the edge of the circle, and which is a lower cost of $1,500 to repair. We have to repaint the lines. This is not necessarily a requirement by SAA, and this is something that the club will volunteer to do to help with the competition experience for the athletes. We must also repair fences. So due to the projects that need to be done, we have to move the long jump and triple jump area, and therefore the fence has to move as well as for the high jump fence has to move as well. There is the chain link. There is an area which you can see on the picture on the right or left, which way? One with the more green. Out that gate, there is a javelin throwing area. And right now, where the fence sits, spectators can be in danger of getting hit by a javelin. It's a small chance, but that chance is too big for us to try and. We want to work around that and fix that issue. Now, we would also like to landscape some areas at the Legion Field, so to upkeep our shed and the composite high school shed, because right now with the water runoff, is affecting the land underneath the sheds. We'd like to have that fixed. Now we're on to phase 3. Phase 3 is a cost that we as a club will cover through grants and donations, and that is by building a new storage shed for mats that we currently do not have due to lack of space. For high jump competition, right now we use pole vault mats for our high jump competition, which is not a specification allowed by the ASAA. We'd also like to purchase equipment through donations and grants we will look after. Again, this has to do with all the storage space that we are requesting with the changing of the land area. Now the last phase, and we're looking at this phase in about a 5-year time in 2027, because at a certain point when you're using a track and field facility, this is a Mondo all-weatherized rubber surface, and these surfaces get worn out, like the first picture on the bread track, and will need to be resurfaced in a span of 5 years now, because we had it built and resurfaced in 2012, I believe. And so time will come in about 5 years where we'll have to redo it in order to upkeep so we can keep hosting large-scale sporting events in Grande Prairie. And while we're doing that, in order to host other events like Athletics Alberta Provincials, we'd like to also add a steeplechase water pit. Again, this is something that can happen in a 5 years' time when we redo the surface of the track.
Just a quick breakdown. The first 2 phases there is really of most important for hosting provincials in 2024, and just a little bit of long-term planning that you can see there. So we're really grateful that we could share with you today. We requesting the City Council to direct administration to investigate and report on the design plans and costs that it would to retrofit the Legion Field, so we can bring 2024 ASAA Track and Field Championships to Grande Prairie. We believe that this project will enhance the city's capacity to attract large-scale events and promote sport tourism and outdoor recreation in our community and regions for years to come. On behalf of the Peace Country Wolves Athletics Club, we thank you for hearing us out and for your consideration of our request.
Well, thank you very much. It's Travis and Chris.
That's right.
Thank you. Good presentation. And I've got my queue filling up. So first in the queue is Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Connor.
Thank you, Travis. Thank you, Christopher. My first question is around the schools. I suspect that they will use these heavily. Have you talked to the 3 different school boards in the area, and have they made any commitment of support or finance?
Right. So we actually, in order to apply for this grant, we need letters of support from various groups that are involved. And we've talked to the vice principal at GP2. So they're using the facility every year. I'm a teacher actually at St. Gerard, so also with the Catholic School District, and we send our kids there every spring for track meets, junior high. Have you heard anything from other groups?
So I have not heard anything personally from the other school groups. I work as a coach with the Peace Wapiti Academy, which is under the Peace Wapiti Public Schools Division. And so they use the facility, the Peace Wapiti Academy does, and I know that the Composite High School uses the facility. The Charles Spencer School uses the facility. The St. Joe's NJP2, they work together, but they also use the facility to train and compete at the Legion Field. And they're all interested in being able to compete in track and field at provincials in their home region.
Terrific. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Next in the queue, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Connor. Okay, so thank you for the presentation. Well done. On Councillor Berg's question, so you have not asked for financial assistance through any of the school boards. Is that what you're saying?
As far as I know, yes. Louis Chabot has been working with us. He is the secretary of our club, and he has been working with the schools and as in conversation and with us and now with you guys to come up with some financial solutions.
So you have asked?
I believe he has.
Oh, okay.
I just do not have the details on that.
Do any of these schools pay per use or any kind of fees to use these facilities?
I'm not aware of what the schools pay to use the facility at this time.
Does our administration know that by chance?
Stephanie Cajolet, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, all uses of the media tower and track facilities are performed through a rental agreement or a usage fee. So we have fees established in the fees, rates, and charges bylaw, and then many of the schools have user agreements that allow them to utilize the facilities or amenities on a longer-term basis.
Right.
Okay.
I'm not done. Thank you. I thought you were going to thank her. So, ASAA is a school program, so that's why I ask about the schools being involved and what capacity they can, further assist you so that you can bring in more ASAA programs. So you're really looking for potentially about $350,000 if your grant is successful in the 130 or 125. Is that right?
I'm just going to pull this down here. I got it up on the screen there for you. So if we can get the grant, yeah, basically, for the next 2 phases to get this ready for 2024 provincials, I think long term, it is important to look at the resurfacing of the track in 2027 because it will need to be done, and the Mondo only lasts a certain amount of time. So,
Do you know how many students use this facility?
The whole city uses the facility.
All of them, yes.
Legit, all of them. My apologies.
A number of them. No, that one over there. She's the one who caught that.
Hey, order, keep it. Let's go.
So, sorry.
How many students in total?
So, for example, at Zones, we had over 500 athletes show up just for the 2-day event at Zones, and that is only one event out of at least 6 or 7 major events in the track and field events in the area during May and June.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Next in the queue, Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mike. My questions are actually more directed towards administration, but before that, for your CFEP grant, you require matching funds, correct? So you're relying on the city to provide those matching funds.
Yes.
And the track is a city-owned facility, not owned by the schools, correct? Okay. So my question is for Acting Director Cajolet. What do we have in what's in our budget for maintaining the track? And what's our plan for the track financially and management-wise?
Just a point of order. Questions for administration happen in under business arising.
You're not supposed to know that. You're just acting.
I agree.
I would like it answered now, if possible.
Ms. Cajolet.
Thank you, through the chair. There is a capital project approved for 2022 for the media tower in the amount of $120,000 that will see this exterior stairs replaced and some upgrades within the media tower that will allow the facility to be used because they'll achieve the minimum code requirements for that building. There are some additional items that will be enhanced over the coming years as part of renewal budgets in terms of siding on the change rooms and a roof repair on that within the next 2 or 3 years.
Okay. And so your ask today is for those items on your presentation to be included in our next capital budget.
That's right. And the benefit about the grant is that because the city's already invested $120,000 for the first phase of the tower, we can include that on the grant application, right, to match those funds. So that's kind of our hope.
And your application deadline, I think, is probably August?
September
It's September
15th,
15th.
is the application deadline.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thiessen.
I'm on TV. Thank you very much, Your Worship. I don't think I'd ever say that. But yeah, thanks, Your Worship.
Move it along.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming in today. Really appreciate it. I think we talked a little bit about this, Christopher, almost a year ago on the street or something like that. So glad to see that you guys made it in. My question is in regards to matching grants, or at least finding the funds for matching grants. Obviously, Legion Field is definitely a regional attraction that might fall within the scope of our regional recreation committee and might have some interest from our county partners. Do you have any intention to speak and present to the county to help with some of the funds as well as another matcher?
We haven't thought about it as far as I'm aware. Again, Louis Chabot has been working with this a lot, but I will make sure he knows that he should.
Perfect. That's actually the answer I really wanted to hear. Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I see nobody else in the queue. So thank you very much for making your presentation. And I'm sure this will come up in discussion later and we'll have a path. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And next up is Eternity Jewelers. If you would like to approach, introduce yourself, and you have 5 minutes to speak, and then the council will ask you questions. And thank you very much. Please introduce yourself.
Actually, I need to recuse myself.
Oh, thank you. Conflict of interest. You may.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, my name is Beata Bato. I am a resident of Grande Prairie.
Can you pull the mic closer to you? It moves.
Hello, everyone. My name is Beata Bator. I'm a business owner of a retail jewelry store in downtown. I have my store for 22 years now, and I'm here today to talk about public safety, actually. I know that I brought this to Downtown Association, the issue of safety of the crosswalk between Eternity Jewelry and Bama Furniture. And I know the letter was presented, and I just learned the other day that we're not moving forward with anything. So I'm here to speak on my behalf and also on behalf of my neighbors that see daily what is happening on that crosswalk. Daily, I see near misses, vehicles screeching to brakes. Sometimes I see people run on the way not to get hit, or they stand for a long period of time waiting for somebody to let them cross the street. One time, my daughter was actually crossing the street, and the first vehicle stopped, but the second one didn't, and first hit the first one. I'm here to ask about the rapid flashing lights. And coming to work on Resources Road, I see that they have those kind of lights in here, and I don't know why we have a hard time getting them, because they have better visibility and way less traffic than us. The crosswalk is smaller now, making it less obvious for someone who is trying to cross, and increases the need for notifying the drivers with the flashing cross signage. In my 22 years in front of the crosswalk, the need for more safety has never increased, and the danger never has been as is right now. I just want to say that if we can save one life, it's worth it, and we shouldn't wait until it's too late. We must stop taking the chance. The risk of injuring someone for life, or even worse, is simply not worth it. And I'm not here to exaggerate. I have no interest in anything like that. I've been a great advocate for downtown business and spent 3 decades in there promoting and encouraging others to do business in downtown. So thank you very much for listening. I hope you will take this under consideration. We all have families and seniors and kids, and my heart stops when I hear what is happening outside. So thank you so much for listening.
Okay, just hang on, and we'll thank you very much, Ms. Batter. And your first name again was?
Beata.
Beata. Okay, thank you. We'll look at council for questions. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you so much for coming in and speaking to us about this issue. I, driving down that road, feel that there's less visibility at that crosswalk than there used to be. But it's really just how I feel when I see it. I feel like I don't get a very good line of sight for that crosswalk. And I'm wondering, is there anything that you can identify that's changed significantly, like are the crossing lane, the parking lanes take up more visibility, or what is it, do you think, that makes that crosswalk harder to see pedestrians on?
Well, they just don't have time. Many people speed, and even if the first car stops, the second one doesn't have a chance to stop. So, many people parking on the sides, and there's just very poor visibility. I think it's one of the worst one in our spot. I can't say for the other, but I hear and I witness what I witness, and it scares me. It's not for my business. It's, I can be here for another few years. I just wouldn't want anybody to be killed or injured. And the flashing light will be good for other drivers too, so they can prepare and stop.
Do you have a supplemental? No. Are you noticing a lot more speeders? Is this something that is it people still speeding through?
People speed. I cannot believe how much, how often.
Okay.
I bet they drive, 100, like 80 kilometers an hour sometimes.
Okay. Okay. Is there anyone else want to talk about this? No? Okay. Thank you very much for bringing it forward, and you're welcome to stay. We'll be discussing this later, or you can watch online. So we'll be discussing this later in the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the gallery that would like to speak to this issue? Any issue? Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Bosch, back in the room. Okay. We'll now go to item, sorry, close the door, please. Yeah, no kidding. We'll go to item 6 on reports, number 6.1, city clerk appointments. Say, acting CAO Miller.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor O'Connor. So on 6.1 on the agenda items, it's just a necessary item that we have to, since we had a vacancy in the city clerk position, we have a new employee as an interim legislative services manager. It's Leona Hansen. So we just need a motion from council to appoint her as a city clerk.
Okay, who'd like to make that motion? Okay. Well, I've got a whole list going right here. Well, I got 6. Okay, Gladys.
Ha. I would move that council appoint Leona Hansen as the designated officer of the city clerk for the city of Grande Prairie effective July 4th, 2022.
And any discussion? Seeing not, we'll call the question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
Councillor O'Connor in favor. Thank you. That was carried unanimously. Then we'll move on to item 6.2, transportation system bylaw. And who would like to? And we'll look to Ashley Coulter to be able to discuss that.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm here with Transportation System Bylaw C-1452 revised. On April 4th, Council gave 3 readings and passed the original Bylaw C-1452. We submitted this to the province for approval and it was rejected at that time. We have since then been able to meet with Council or meet with the province. Based on the feedback from that meeting, we've made some minor revisions to the bylaw and the transportation system map, and now anticipate that there will not be any issues with this bylaw moving forward. And we're now submitting the revised bylaw. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay. Any one in the queue? Are you in the queue, Ms. Blackmore? Councillor Bressy.
Great. Thank you. What were the province's concerns with this access at question?
Through the chair, at this time, that access has not been formally approved by the province. We show it in the Hughes Lake Area Structure Plan as well as our Transportation Master Plan, but there is a clause in the text in the Hughes Lake Area Structure Plan that says it must be approved by the province. So until such time that we can provide detailed transportation studies showing that this is absolutely required to service this area, it will not be approved. So it's something we have asked for, they have not granted.
If I may?
Go ahead, supplemental.
So So they're saying they won't approve it till there's more transportation studies done. That's an ASP that we led, correct?
Through the chair? Correct.
Have we done any examination of what approximate costs to do those necessary studies would be?
Through the chair? At this time, no. We don't typically do high-level transportation studies for area structure plan. There's a lot of unknowns at that time. It's something we look at closer to outline plan, or when we have a better idea of what the use and the density will be. The ASPs are just very high level.
Go ahead.
And I'm assuming I'll get a similar answer, but I don't want to just assume. Do we have any vision of what that, if we had an access there in the future, what it would look like in terms of would it be a... I noticed that there's pictures of traffic circles on other intersections there, but there wasn't there. So were we envisioning a right in, right out? Were we envisioning a flyover? Were we envisioning something different, or is it just too early to tell what we'd envision?
Through the chair, it is pretty early at this time. So the access to the south is a flyover. This direction, as far as I'm aware, is intended to be an all-directional access, so it would follow Alberta Transportation Design Standards. So they have set guidelines on this will trigger a roundabout, this will trigger an interchange. So it would be based on their standards and requirements, but the city would be required to pay for it.
You want more?
Yeah, I got one more. And I think it's my last one. In terms of the province saying they wouldn't approve a map like this unless we have those transportation studies and all that done, is that an actual legislation or piece of regulation or written somewhere? Is that just the preference of the staff that we're dealing with? Do we know it all?
Through the chair. So this bylaw on this map defines the roads and how they interact between the province and the city. So if they were to approve this map with that shown, they would be in effect approving that access location, which is not something they're willing to do at this time based on the acts that this is related to. So they don't want to accidentally set a precedence or accidentally approve something. So they wanted to see that map revised, just so it was very clear that this is not something that they've allowed at this time.
Yeah, and I guess where I'm getting at is I might be trying to persuade council in a bit to actually undertake advocacy for this, but I'm trying to figure out, if we undertake advocacy of this, are we coming up against actual provincial regulation? Are we coming up against preferences and opinions of provincial staff members?
Through the chair, it's going to be more road management preferences. Obviously, we want highways to function effectively at a high speed with minimal conflict points. Every time there's an intersection, that creates a conflict point and slows traffic down. So they want to minimize the number of accesses they have on a road, the same way the city likes to minimize the number of arterials. So I don't think it's something that's necessarily legislated, but it is likely in their design standards, and it would be a preference to maintain the quality of their highway network.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I appreciate the answers.
Councillor O'Toole?
Yeah, Deputy Mayor O'Connor, if there's no more discussion, I'd be willing to go ahead and make the motions that are in the agenda.
Go ahead.
Okay, start off. I move the council give first reading to the revised bylaw C-1452, being the Transportation System Bylaw.
Just sorry, I can't get to that page, so that
What are
motion,
details?
Yeah, it's, we both, okay. Would like to have any other discussion? That motion's on the floor. It's, there is, we'll call the question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor?
Councillor Bosch in favor.
Councillor O'Connor in favor? Okay, that was carried unanimously. Your next motion, Mr. O'Toole.
I move the council give second reading to revised bylaw C-1452.
Okay, that motion is in order. Call a question. Okay, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. I'm going to move that Council postpone second reading of this bylaw until further advocacy can be undertaken. And to speak to this, I know that this has been an ongoing conversation we've had with the province for a number of years, but I don't think that's ever happened at the political level. I could be wrong, but I believe this has always only happened at the staff level. And I think that this access, I was reading our transportation master plan, and it's not shown in our plan until we've grown significantly. But I think this access could be very important. This is an area of the city that we have annexed to attract industrial development to. And I don't think I need to explain to council why attracting that industrial development is so important to us. I think that when it comes to attracting that development, frankly, it is a competitive landscape and we're competing against other municipalities. And I think one of the very few competitive advantages we have in this area is access to a highway, really good highway access. I think that I understand why the province might be concerned and why they want to limit accesses, but for us, I think we want that industrial land to be as easy as possible to get into and out of. And if I understand the flyovers are expensive, I understand the traffic circles aren't ideal, but even if it was just a right in, right out both directions, I think that would make a difference to access there. And so I don't think I'm personally comfortable eroding our competitive advantage in this land when we haven't undertaken any political advocacy for this access. So I'd encourage council to support this motion to give us more time to elevate this to the political level before we roll over on this.
Okay, Councillor O'Toole.
My question to you is administration, actually. If this was to be postponed, what are the repercussions to the future?
Ms. Coulter?
Through the chair, that question is a little bit hard to answer. We would not be in conformance with the acts that are in place. What the repercussions of that aren't entirely clear within the legislation, so we would need to get a full legal opinion. But there is potential that we could lose access to cost sharing if something were like that to come up.
Would you pull your mic closer, please?
Sorry, is that better?
Yeah.
Sorry.
It was a move.
Yeah. It's not entirely clear what the repercussions could be. We would not be in conformance with the legislative requirements of the province. They do not define exactly what happens if you're not in conformance, though. So it's a little bit of a wishy-washy question or hard to answer question without actually having a legal opinion behind it. That being said, if this bylaw is approved as it is right now, the city can come back and revise it once that is approved.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor O'Toole.
That was the next question. If we pass it today, then we do have opportunities in the future to possibly meet with the political side, as well as we can maybe change the rules according to suit our needs.
Okay. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Deputy O'Connor. In conjunction with Councillor O'Toole's question, which was what I was going to ask, is there a time qualifier to this, or just leaving it at this point? Does it change anything, or is this necessary to pass today?
Through the chair, it would be a good practice to have this transportation system bylaw in place. We haven't had one in place reflecting our actual system in a number of years. But legally we should, or by legislation, we should have one in place. The time it would take to do the amount of studies and requirements and meet the requirements that they would expect to see a new access approved would be substantial, and it would be challenging given the lack of information and the amount of prediction that would have to be done in the future to figure out what that growth would be.
Okay, thank you. And you said that by passing this doesn't negate the fact that we can get into it again.
Through the chair? Yeah, absolutely. If we did another transportation master plan that looked at this more closely, when that transportation master plan was approved, we would automatically be triggering a new transportation system bylaw update.
Councillor Blackmore.
I'm going to ask Council not to support Councillor Bressy's motion. our ability to advocate on any subject to the province is not defined by whether or not we have bylaws in place, but we do have a legal obligation to meet the Municipal Government Act and to have legislation that reflects that of the province. So I would encourage Council to defeat the motion to postpone, to go ahead and give these bylaws second, third reading and move on, and know that if we want to add anything to our advocacy plan, that we can do so at any time, and probably should. But it's not defined by what acts are. It's not a conflict.
Okay, Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Highness. There we go. Deputy Mayor O'Connor. I'm tenable to listen to what Councillor Bressie has offered, and hearing the conversation and stuff. I'm sort of in that realm similar to Gladys, where I was like, is this a chicken and an egg thing or an egg and a chicken thing? And I don't think it'd be wise and definitely not prudent for us to postpone this, considering we won't be meeting again as a council for several weeks, and then we get back into business. This could be months long, maybe even a year long, and rather than slow down what we can pass here today, like knowing that we can still advocate for it in the future and maybe get that right out. Traffic circle or whatever. Wow, you cut me off good. All right, well,
I didn't mean to.
So in closing, I'll just say that I won't be supporting this motion. I think it's prudent for us to pass it today, and wise of us to advocate for tomorrow.
Thank you. My apologies. I hit the wrong button. Thank you. Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Connor. So I guess my question, or one of the flags that came up, is you'd referenced setting precedent with the province, and that they may not want us to set precedent. To me, that works both ways too. The precedent could work against us if it can work in favor of the province. So is that a fear, or is that a possibility, since you brought it up?
Ms. Coulter?
Through the chair, not at this time. It is documented in our Hughes Lake Area Structure Plan that this access is not approved. It is something that we would like to see, but it would need to be, the construction of the intersection would be subject to the approval of Alberta Transportation. It's right in our area structure plan, so it is out there in documents that the city has approved. Yeah, not really.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Okay, you can close.
Awesome. Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Connor. I think I shared why I think that this is going to be a very important intersection in our future. And I would suggest that the strongest time for advocacy on it is now, when it is years and years and years away, and when, frankly, a future government is going to have to deal with it, than getting to a point where it actually has to go in soon. And I think it's a lot easier ask to the minister now than it will be to ask a minister in the future. I also think it's a lot easier to ask to a minister to say, hey, we're not sure, we're having issues approving this bylaw because we've got concerns. Can we talk about it? I think is an easier ask than, hey, we signed off on the plan and we agreed with the Alberta Transportation. Here's our bylaw that we signed off on. Oh, now, pretty please, can we change it? It's like, if advocacy is going to happen, now is a better time to have that. I heard concerns about are we at risk not having this bylaw, and we heard there aren't really any clear consequences. And frankly, I can't imagine the province coming to us and saying, hey, you're in big trouble because you didn't approve this bylaw. And us saying, well, yeah, we're ready to approve it. We've given it first reading, but we're waiting to hear back from your minister about a concern we had. I can't imagine the province stamping on us because we're waiting to talk to the minister about a ministerial decision that's very pertinent to this. So I don't think there's a lot of risk to not having second reading today. I do think that there is a lot of risk to passing this bylaw and just pushing this advocacy down the road when it is closer to actually needing to happen. So I would encourage council to support this motion.
Yes, I will chime in and say I will not be supporting this motion. You closed
That was his close.
Had to try. Okay. We'll call the question.
Councillor Thiessen, opposed.
That's defeated 3 to 5. 3 of 5, sorry. Mr. O'Toole.
We got a motion already. It's council give second reading to revised bylaw.
Okay.
He was going to amend it or postpone it.
Okay. And that was defeated, so now it's back on the queue. So we'll call a question for the second reading. Discussion or debate on the motion to propose, the second reading, of this motion. No?
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
That was carried 6 to 2.
I move the council have third reading of the revised bylaw C-1452 at this meeting.
Yes, I just remind everyone that this has to pass unanimously to go ahead. So we'll, any discussion, debate? Mr. Bressie?
This might be a first for me on council. It's certainly the first this term, but I'm going to be a no to this. I think this actually is a really significant decision that has potentially very significant consequences to our ability to attract industrial tax base in the future. And I think that it is, as seen by the motion I made today, I don't think council's done enough work on it yet. So I can't support having all 3 readings in one day for this, especially because I don't see a particular urgency to getting it done today. I haven't been convinced that getting this done today is of high urgency.
Okay, we'll call the question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
Okay, and that meeting, this is defeated. Thank you.
Well, you got friends, Dylan, anyhow.
Okay, and just to let you know, third reading will come to the next council meeting. Okay, enough sidebars, please. Thank you. We will move to 6.3, Federation of Canadian Municipalities. And who's in the queue? Raven?
Thank you.
Throw the ball over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Connor. Administration has identified a grant opportunity through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities that supports municipalities across Canada to strengthen their asset management practices. And we would like to submit an application for the storm inspection program that is budgeted annually in the city's capital plan. The application deadline is July 15th, 2022, and requires formal direction from the council to meet eligibility criteria and submit the application. The grant could reduce municipal capital spending in 2023 by upwards of $50,000. So therefore, we are recommending that council directs administration to apply for an asset management grant through the Municipal Asset Management Program offered by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? Who would like to make the motion? Mr. Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I would move that Council direct administration to apply for an asset management grant through the Municipal Asset Management Program offered by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities.
That motion is in order. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, we'll call a question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
And that was carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move on to committee reports. Corporate Services Committee.
All right. I'm going to step in for Chair John Laners, which is unable to attend. So I move the council adopt the minutes of the Corporate Services Committee meeting held July 5th, 2022 as presented.
Okay. Thank you. And any discussion and debate? Nope. Call the question.
Councillor Thiessen, in favor?
That was carried. Thank you very much.
And
item number 1 under that.
yeah, we've got the 2022 mid-year capital requests, and I'm going to just ask our corporate services financial guru, Diane Waitway, to maybe speak to this topic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the mayor. So a number of decisions were made when mid-year capital requests were brought forward to committee on Tuesday. So in your agenda package on page 35, this has been updated for the motions that were made. I'll just give a quick summary of what the amendments in that appendix are. So we're looking to amend the 2022 capital plan for a total of $340. So sorry, $4,825,340. It consists of a number of new capital projects. There would be a CKC grandstand concession construction project, a Brant Skyloft renovation project, a Coca-Cola Center solar project. So that is already approved in capital. We're just looking for additional funding. The Curling Club year-round feasibility study, activity and reception center, fencing, board and netting, sports containment, and sound attenuation activity center. And as well, we have a coordinated care campus, additional requirement for the renovations there. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, debates? Okay. Sorry. Don't have a motion. Go ahead.
There's no motions made yet.
Go ahead, Dylan.
Well, sorry, I think Councillor O'Toole needs to make the motion. I'm happy to if he doesn't want to for some reason. But I was going to ask, there's one project on here I've got concerns about it. I don't know if I'll support today. I'm looking for, once the motion gets made, would you prefer that I make an amendment to remove it from here, or would you like to separate it out so that we can vote on it completely separately?
So we've got 3 different motions that are on the sheet, the way I see it. Go ahead.
I'll make the motions. Go ahead. Okay, first, I got 3 motions to make to do business for tonight. I move the council approve the transfer of $1 million in sale proceeds for the old fire hall from general revenue to future expenditure reserve.
Okay, that motion is in order. Any questions and debate? Seeing none, we'll call the question.
Councillor Thiessen, in favor?
Councillor Bresky, in favor?
That was carried. Next motion.
My second motion is I move council amend the 2022 capital plan to include the additional projects as presented in the Appendix A, which is a summary of the mid-year capital requests, with the funding source for the coordinated care campus amended to $3,750,000 from the future expenditures reserve.
Okay, that motion is in order. Any discussion or debate?
Great, thank you.
Councillor Bresky.
Thank you. Could I request that we separate out the solar project from this motion? So I'm happy to make a formal amendment if you'd prefer me to move that, Mr. Chair, but what I'd suggest is if we could vote on all the projects in this vote and then remove the solar project and have a separate vote on it.
Okay. I don't see why not. Would you like to make an amendment to that motion then, please? Or move to separate?
Well, I think you as the chair can just separate it if you wish, and that might be the cleaner way to do it.
Agreed.
Okay. So let's move to separate then. And in just the one project, the solar project is being moved to separate. Okay?
There'd be 4 motions then when we're done.
Yeah. Okay. So, go ahead.
Yeah, and then I'd like to talk about the solar project, but that'll be on a subsequent motion, so I won't talk about it now. But if I may ask administration a question about one of the remaining projects. I wanted to ask about the boarding containment system. I'm just trying to get a picture of what that would look like in my head. What's the approximate size of the boarding containment system? It would be going around the whole indoor facility? Would it be part of it? Just, could you give me a bit better vision of what would be happening there?
Ms. Casually?
Thank you. Through the chair. The request for the current portable sport containment system is approximately 140 by 70. However, there are different options available. So the current configuration would pretty much occupy the perimeter of the indoor activity space in its current form, and but there are other options available.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, call the question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
Councillor Bressie in favor.
Mayor Clayton in favor.
That was carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
I move the council refer the cross-country ski equipment project to the 2023 fall budget deliberations for consideration.
Okay. Any discussion? If not, call the question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
And that passes unanimously, I guess.
Okay.
Yep. And I've got one more. I move the council amend the 2022 capital plan to include the Coca-Cola Center solar project as noted in Appendix A.
Okay, that's in order. Any discussion or debate? Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I would decide which way I want to go here. I guess I'll just vote no for now to encourage council to do the same. And for me, I get why we do projects like this, but it's a lot of money, and we just approved a couple $1 million of unexpected costs to also do the right thing in our community. And I don't know if I'm comfortable dipping into the money we've got available to us for other capital projects this deeply today without considering our entire capital plan. So for me, I'm going to vote no to this now. But if this does fail, then I'd also make a motion to ask administration to bring this forward to our capital plan in the fall, because I do think we should consider this, and I might even be supportive of it. But I don't see the urgency of getting it done today. And it's enough money that I think it's worth having a holistic conversation in the context of our entire capital plan, not just doing this as a mid-year ask. So I hope council will vote no to this motion.
Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Connor. So my question for administration, is this a continuation of a project or is this a new project?
Go ahead, Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Chair O'Connor. So it was approved with the 2022 capital plan. What had happened was we had anticipated a potential grant to be available. We did not qualify, so we are wanting to still continue as planned, however, needing to identify a different funding source. So to help with that, we did recommend the cancellation of the CHP project, so that would help to further fund this shortfall in funds for the Coca-Cola solar.
Okay, and how much was that cancellation? What did we save there?
For the CHP small scale, that one was,
Sorry.
I've only got the amended, so I'll have to bear with me one moment here.
Michelle Gardner may have the answer for that. Ms. Gardner.
Thank you, Acting Mayor O'Connor. The original project was in at 300,000. There's roughly 50,000 been spent to date, so it would be 250,000 that would be going, that we would have put back into capital projects.
So essentially 550 in new funding. Thank you.
Yeah, and just before I always get missed in the queue and I seem to jump in at the wrong time. So is this not one of those projects that the most energy usage, Ms. Gardner, is from the Coca-Cola Center, and that's why they're recommending this solar project, or am I thinking of something else?
Correct. The facility, the highest user of our facilities is the Eastlink Center. And now after the Eastlink Center is our arenas. So the arena is a good place. The Coca-Cola Center has an excellent roof for generating energy. It's a flat surface and it's in good condition. And so we had an initial feasibility study done, and it showed that. We would have to do another one. It's several years old, but it was the best place to put solar.
Okay, that's my understanding. Next in the queue, you're finished, Councillor Berg. Okay, Councillor Blackmore.
I see on the Appendix A that this money is coming from Canada Community Building Fund. So if we don't access it for this solar project, we will not have access to those funds at all. Is that my understanding? Or are we spending our own cash?
Go ahead, Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you. So the Canada Community Building Fund, so previously the Gas Tax Fund, is the annual federal program. What we would do, as Councillor Brusly alluded to, is we would bring these funds forward to the 2023 capital plan. So I'll just correct on the small scale CHP. There would have been about 250,000 of funding from that CCBF fund that we would bring back to 2023, and same thing, this 850 could be used again in 2023 as well.
Okay, Mayor Clayton is in the queue.
Thanks, Chair O'Connor. I apologize, I have poor connection, so I can't turn my camera on. Just a question for Ms. Whiteway. If I recall correctly, at committee level, we discussed about the fact that potential other projects that may be on the books for this fund. What do we have that we actually could spend this $850,000 on if we were not to spend it today?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you. We wouldn't have active projects that we would recommend. We would recommend to bring it forward in the 2023 capital plan to be considered as a funding source.
And so with that, though, is there projects right now that would qualify in 2023 that you could use the gas tax, or sorry, the new Canada Community Building Fund for, that you've earmarked as capital that in turn could be used for this fund if the fund was available?
Thank you, through the mayor. We are currently vetting our 2023 capital projects, so it's not something that we've finalized at this point, but we always look to optimize grant funding first before we do municipal tax dollars.
Does that satisfy?
Okay, so I'm still not really do we anticipate that we're going to fully subscribe the fund if we move an additional $850,000 forward to 2023?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, through the mayor. Yes, we would make sure that we could allocate all of it to projects.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Bosch, or unless Ms. Blackmore is in the queue first. Okay. Ms. Bosch.
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor. So my question is, I just want to be a little bit clearer on this. 850,000, if we move this forward into 2023, if we so choose to do this solar project in 2023, we can still use it then, correct?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, through the mayor. Yes, that's absolutely correct.
Okay, and so this 850,000 will be in addition to the new funds that potentially come in for the old gas tax or the Canada Community Building Fund as it is now, right?
Thank you, through the mayor. So yes, 850, if not supported today, it would add to next year's allocation. So we would include with the 2023 capital plan.
So my final question on this tangent is, can we reapply for grant funds for the solar project? Maybe not like right now, but in the near future?
Go ahead, Ms. Whiteway.
I'll maybe direct that to Ms. Gardner to speak to.
Ms. Gardner.
Thank you. We could apply for funding should it come available. At this time, I'm not able to find any that we qualify for. There is some, but because this efficiency is more than 30%, the FCM grant you can only have 30% of the efficiency be renewables. So we don't qualify for that, as this would qualify as more than 30%. We don't have anything else we're creating efficiencies on. So as grants come up, we're watching all the time. We could make an application for other grants.
So for grants with, let's say, another facility, like, the Day Bar or something like that, perhaps a grant can go to that, and then money pooled can, in the future, do this solar project. I just don't understand why we want to wait, just because of what, Councillor Bressy?
Do you want to respond to that, Councillor Bressy, even though Councillor Thiessen is next in the queue?
Yeah, and I think for me, this is amongst the most flexible grant money we get. This is money that we just receive more or less by right every year. It's not based on specific projects. It's based on, I forget the exact criteria of this, but it's basically like the provincial MSI grant. It's money that there's 19 different categories it could be used on, so it can be used in a huge variety of different projects, and it's not a use it now or lose it thing. So for me, we're going into this council's first real capital budget, and I don't know what our priorities in that capital budget are going to be. I don't know if we're going to really want to go hard on roads, if we're going to want to develop recreation infrastructure, if energy efficiency is a big thing, then do we care about having bigger, higher impact projects like this, or do we care about having smaller projects that are more around the community for the community to see? I just think there's a lot of conversations we need to have when we're discussing our capital budget, and to be spending this much money right now out of our capital budget instead of just doesn't seem prudent to me. I want to see what our whole capital budget looks like before I say, yeah, let's allocate a huge amount of money today.
Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor O'Connor. I'd just like to reiterate the words that were used by Councillor Bressy. A bigger, higher impact project like this. Now, I'm all for spending tax dollars on high impact projects that are going to benefit our community and benefit our bottom line. And I think that this does that if we approve it here today. I guess my only question for Ms. Gardner is, if council were to defer this to the 2023 budget, obviously that would mean that the installation of the solar panels wouldn't happen this year. But if we did, it's a guarantee that the installation of those solar panels would be up on the roof there this year. Or I'm just looking at timing right now because we're getting halfway through the summer. And
Ms. Gardner.
Thank you. Yes, we could. So I know of facilities in the north that have where solar has been installed in December and January. So snow doesn't necessarily mean it can't be, you can't be doing it during the cold weather. You don't need, solar is being installed year round. Is it better? Yes. So it's going to be, guarantee is going to be difficult based on supply chain issues. We have to do a design first. So is it likely? Yes, it's likely that by the end of the year we would have something, but I can't guarantee that.
Yes, thank you very much. Ms. Whiteway, you wanted to clarify something, and then the mayor is in the queue, and she's the boss.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So this, as I said, was a 2022 funded capital plan. So the mid-year request did look to maintain the original project. So I do just want to clarify for council that if the $850,000 isn't funded, we would still proceed with a smaller scale with the 1.3 million remaining in the project as approved for 2022. So there is still a smaller scale of solar that we would be installing. This is just to maintain the original project as was presented at deliberations.
Okay. Mayor Clayton.
Thanks, Chair O'Connor. Yeah, I echo some of Councillor Bressy's sentiment. We are heading into an extremely cost-prohibitive time for council's term. We've seen projects already that have come in significantly more than anticipated, and at any opportunity that we can have a bit of flexibility in our funding models, I would encourage council to support that. I do think this is a good project. I appreciate that we already are doing a different, a smaller iteration of this project. I just do not see the need to enhance this project at this time. I think that there will be projects in the future for consideration, and if we can fund projects that in turn reduce our use of capital tax, I think that that could something that council could explore. I think if I recall correctly in committee meeting, we heard that this is a 20-year repayment schedule on this solar project. And so installing it this year, we're still not saving money. So I'm in supportive of the project as a whole. However, I'm not supportive of the additional $850,000 at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll no further debate unless Councillor Bosch is back in the queue. Nope. Okay. We'll call the question on this motion.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
Councillor O'Toole in favor.
The motion is defeated.
Okay, I can finish off Corporate Services Committee meeting highlights. And that was for July 5th. Under the Director Services Area Report, Multi-Department, Finance, Procurement, Human Resources, IT, and Strategic Initiatives continue to work together on the ERP implementation and are currently concentrating on testing and building out training material. Assessment and taxation, the tax deadline was June 30th. Penalties have been levied against any 2022 outstanding balance, and the next penalty date will be September 1st. Communications and marketing, the video announcement for the opening of the Crystal Lake Bike Skills Park has garnered over 9,600 views on city's social media channels, making it our most generated post of the year and one of the highest engaged posts forever. And the online survey for the stormwater public engagement closes Friday, which was last week, and 79 responses have been received to date. So more about bike parks and less about stormwater utility, I guess. I can tell you that I and my wife have been to that bike skills park numerous times of the day, and whether you're 4 years old or 44 years old, there's places crawling with people, and I think it's been a very successful project. And with that, that is my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Toole. Just one sec. Okay. Thank you very much. If we would like to have the solar project brought forward, we need a motion to refer. Mr. Bressie.
Great, thank you. Yeah, no, I did muse that maybe if that motion got defeated, I'd make a motion to send it to budget deliberations, but I think at that time I wasn't real. I knew, but I had slipped my mind that we were doing a smaller scale one anyways, and so I don't know if I want to put that uncertainty into administration and make them think, oh, we shouldn't start this project. For me, I'm personally comfortable with just letting it go ahead of the smaller scale. So maybe somebody else wants to refer it, but I said I might refer it. I don't want to.
Okay. Anybody else?
Sorry, Chair O'Connor, can I just ask a question of administration?
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. For Director Glavin or Ms. Whiteway, will that additional part of that project stay unfunded in the budget, or what will happen now?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you. So as the motion was an amendment, we actually will change the dollar amount in the capital budget. So you won't see an unfunded portion.
Great, thank you.
Okay. So no one's going to refer, then we'll move on to it. I'd like to request a 2-minute bio, if you don't mind. I think I need a break. we'll go to item number 7.2, Infrastructure and Economic Development, and Councillor Blackmore will give the report.
So I would start, Deputy Mayor, by asking Council to adopt the minutes of the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee meeting held July 5th as presented.
That motion is in order. Call a question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
That is carried. Thank you. Go ahead. Do you have, there's a item under there called Policy 611.
I would move that Council approve Policy 611 as revised, and I'm not sure if anyone here is going to speak to it or not. So this is the neighborhood entrance features came back to Council for a revision a couple weeks ago, and then came back again with another change. So it's fairly minor. So I'd ask Council to support the motion.
Okay, and we'll call a question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
And that was carried unanimously. Thank you. And meeting highlights, I do have them, but if you want, you go ahead.
Okay. I'll just do a few meeting highlights. Economic development, 9 new businesses have opened in the city. And there is currently 1 barrier-free grant and 1 beautification patio grant application being reviewed by the committee. So we look forward to seeing the results from that. Energy and environment, the second orchard tour will happen July 13th, so on Wednesday in Mount View. And the theme will be fruit, thinning, veggies, and insect varieties. I'm looking forward to attending that with my husband. There was a vermicomposting session on July 7th with 10 families that registered. Not sure how many came in the end. Engineering services, the RFP for trail rehabilitation design has now been posted, and current and upcoming construction information is available on the city's website. Work in the Richmond Industrial Park continues with full reconstruction of 96th Avenue from 109th Street to 112th. Overlay and concrete work continues along 100th Avenue from Landing Drive to 98th Street. And I really hope to get it done soon as a personal comment. Reconstruction of 84th Avenue from Resources Road to 100th Street continues with base work and concrete work set to start soon. And downtown rehabilitation work continues with paving stone installation, and Councillor Bosch wishes they would finish that soon. Transportation and parks, the city's snow and ice consultation is underway. There will be virtual focus groups on July 12th and 13th and town halls on July 14th. And I would encourage anyone who's really interested or opinionated about snow removal, which probably is about 68,000 people in Grande Prairie, that they should either attend virtually or in person to make their comments known, as the best plan needs a lot of good information. And the grand opening for the Bike Skills Park will be July 14th. Everyone's really looking forward to that. We know that the Bike Skills Park has been amazingly successful, and we're looking forward to attending that on Friday, I think, to Thursday to open that. And that is the details from infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Ms. Blackmore. We'll now go to 7.3, Community Services. Who has taken that? Well, it's Councillor Thiessen.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman O'Connor, Your Worshipping Highness. I've moved that Council adopt the minutes of the Community Services Committee meeting held July 5th, 2022, as presented.
That motion is in order. We'll call a question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
And that was carried unanimously.
All right, just one item of business there for you, Deputy Mayor, and that's the Smoke-Free Public Places Bylaw Amendment. To that, I will move that Council give first reading to Bylaw C-1278C, being an amendment to the Smoke-Free Public Places Bylaw. And just to be clear, what we're voting on here today is just a minor amendment, adding a new term to recreation facility, meaning all city-owned buildings and venues that support and provide the delivery of cultural, sport, and recreational programs and services to the community. So I would encourage all of Council to support this, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
That motion is in order. We'll call the question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
That was carried unanimously.
Thank you very much, Chair O'Connor. I would move that Council give second reading to Bylaw C-1278C.
That motion's in order. Call the question. Any debate? No.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
That's carried unanimously.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor O'Connor. I would move that Council have third reading to Bylaw C-1278C at this meeting.
That motion is in order. This must pass unanimously or it will not move forward. Call the question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
Carried unanimously. And further.
Let's finish it off, eh? I would move that Council give third reading to Bylaw C-1278C, being an amendment to the Smoke-Free Public Places Bylaw.
That is in order. Call the question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
That carried unanimously. Thank you.
Yeah.
Meeting highlights.
Yeah, I got a few, just a couple. Of course, I think all of Council was there. We had a wonderful Canada Day celebration in the park. I think all of our staff should be commended and applauded for all the hard work that went into making it probably one of our most successful and fun-filled Canada Day adventures for the whole community. I got lots of feedback and compliments from people on the spectacular fireworks, the entertainment, and all the things to do down there. So kudos to our administration for pulling it off and making our first in-person Canada Day full celebration like in 2 years awesome. So thanks for the applause around there. But I don't know. They know. They're patting themselves on the back right now. Also, just to let you know, one of the things that didn't happen on Canada Day, unfortunately, and this is maybe I'm wrong, but it's just by my observation, is we were supposed to have a free public swim there that day, but the weather was a bit overcast, gray, and cloudy. And so that happened. But you know, if you missed it then, you get another chance according to the meeting highlights, because on July 16th, our pool, the outdoor pool, is celebrating its 60th year anniversary. And to that extent, the pool will be open and free to the public by donation, with all proceeds going to Rising Above Aquatics to help them with their swim program. So that is a very cool thing happening. And on the same weekend, another very cool thing is happening, which is Grande Prairie's first ever Grand Con, which will be happening at the Bonnets Energy Center. So if you're a comic book lover, superhero fan, or you just like to dress up and be weird, this is the place to be for people of all ages. Bring your kids, bring your family, and it should be a good time. And then go jump in the pool right after or in between the big performers. But that's my meeting highlights, and thanks for giving me that time and space, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
You're welcome. You could probably go dressed as a Sasquatch, which did a great job on the float. Thank you. And I just compliments to the our employees who did the work on the float. Was very well received and great job. Thank you. And now we will go to 7.4, Protective and Social Services, Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you very much. I move the Council adopt the minutes of the Protective and Social Services Committee meeting held July 5th, 2022, as presented.
That motion is ordered. Call the question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
That was carried unanimously. And meeting highlights, Mr. O'Toole.
I really don't have any tonight, but you can look at our porthole in the website and look under government, and then look under minutes and meetings, and today's committees will all be there, and you can look at the items that we voted on and all that other stuff. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to number 8, correspondence. There is none. Number 9, delegation business, and the 9.1 Community Advisory Board. Who's going to lead?
I can do that, Chair Deputy Mayor O'Connor.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I really appreciate our staff and our chair of the Community Advisory Board on Housing and Homelessness come and give us their report, as well as some of their own personal feedback. And I would move that we receive their presentation for information.
Thank you very much. That motion is in order. Call the question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
Thank you very much. That was carried unanimously. We'll move on to 9.2. And Peace Country Wolves Athletics, their request for funding is, who do I throw that to? Mr. Bressie.
Just before I do, a question for administration. They requested us undertaking a study of needs and to get that done before August, which I'm inclined to make that motion, but I want to check in and see if that's a reasonable request or if you need more time to evaluate if that's a reasonable request. Just
Stephanie Cajolet, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think that we could certainly work with procurement to probably do a request for quote to obtain clarification as to how much the enhancements or suggested facility improvements would cost. That's currently not within the scope of expertise of city staff, so I think that that could be utilized to form the basis for the grant application.
okay, great. So the motion I'll make is to direct administration to investigate and report back to council work necessary to bring the Legion Track and Field facility up to ASAA standards and bring forward a capital plan for discussion during fall budget deliberations. And just to speak to this, I'm asking for a written report to council of what's needed at that facility. I didn't put a timeline in that because I know that going out and doing the work and then writing a report for council, getting that approved by CLT, that takes that adds some time into the process. And just where we are in the summer, getting that written report to council and getting to council might not be realistic, but I trust administration to get the actual information to the group and for the grants in the time necessary. But I don't care if council sees it. So that's why I didn't put a timeline in there. But I would encourage council to support this motion. I think that asking our administration to start that work, us knowing what that facility needs, and then us discussing it during the fall would be very appropriate.
Okay, that anyone wish to speak? I see your name in the queue. Go ahead, Councillor Blackmore.
I will support this motion. I believe that one of our strategic plans, strategic alliances, is to support tourism in the city of Grande Prairie. And to do that, our facilities have to attract those necessary engagements. And when I look at the pictures or when I'm at the Legion Field, I'm a little disappointed in its kind of general aura of shabbiness right now. So I will be supporting this motion. I ask council to support it, and I look forward to seeing a fresher face on Legion Field.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay. Okay, you're okay? You don't want to close, or?
I don't want to close, but presuming this passes, I've got one more motion on this topic I'd like to make.
Okay, thank you. Call the question.
Councillor Thiessen, in favor.
That was carried unanimously. And Councillor Bressy.
Thank you. I'd also move the council direct the mayor to write any letters necessary to support grant applications for the Legion Field facility.
Okay. Are you open to any amendments on that?
Very open to friendly amendments.
I'm just wondering, just listening to all the conversation, and I'd like to ask administration, Ms. Cajolet, of whether or not the school boards are part of those letters, or does that come out of the fees that you talked about earlier today?
Thank you, through the chair. In the conversation that I have had with Mr. Chabot regarding this request, he has indicated that he is seeking letters of support from the school divisions. So I am assuming that that would accompany the grant application.
Would you be okay with that amendment, or we just leave it the way it is?
So I'm not clear what the amendment would.
Well, just to make sure we approach all the schools, not just the Peace Wapiti school, but.
So I think what I'd say is, I know the group asked us to write a specific letter, and I didn't specifically name this letter. I said just necessary letters in the motion. And just the reason for that is give our mayor some discretion, and I trust her to decide who needs a letter and who doesn't. So I just intentionally leaving the mayor lots of room to interpret this motion.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, we'll call a question on the motion.
Councillor Thiessen, in favor.
And that was carried unanimously. Thank you. Last item on the agenda is 9.3, the safety concerns brought up by Ms. Bator from Eternity Jewelers about safety at the walkway. And would you declare a conflict of interest?
That's right. Thank you, Chair O'Connor.
Ms. Wendy Bosch is leaving the room for perceived conflict of interest. Okay, any discussion from everyone? Oh, how about going to the queue? Are you in the queue first? Sometimes he's got more than one in there. Okay, Councillor Bressy.
Great. I'm going to try a bit of a different motion, and that is, I would move the council direct administration to undertake a speed study on 100th Avenue through the downtown core. And definitely open to administration's feedback on the exact wording of that. But just to speak to this, I'm not really comfortable with council giving direction about how to control specific intersections or crosswalks. I think there's probably about 50 intersections or crosswalks in the city where people are saying, this is the most dangerous place in the city and you need to rectify this now. And I'd love to spend more money overall on improving those areas, but I'm not comfortable with us putting our finger on one. So I don't want to meet their request of putting a beacon here. That being said, I did hear concerns from a few retailers down there that people seem to be speeding through that whole corridor quite a bit. And when I looked at the report that we got last committee meeting, it did say the posted speed limit, but I didn't see any information about how fast people are actually going and how often speeders are going, what average speed is, all of those things. I also looked, we don't, unfortunately, well, maybe fortunately by some people's definition, we don't have photo enforcement there, so we can't go to our photo enforcement web portal to see what average speeds are there like we can other stretches on town. So for me, I'd like to continue this conversation by getting an idea of what are the actual speeds there. Is it there just a few people speeding or lots of people speeding through there?
Okay, that motion is in order. Any discussion? Councillor Blackmore.
I'm not opposed to the motion. I think that there's a good chance there is significant speeding because people come through construction and they're annoyed, ready to try and catch the next light. But I am wondering if administration could also think about whether or not there's other solutions for that crosswalk. maybe some additional signage to ask people to be more cautious crossing or something like that. I understand that once construction is complete, the nature of 100th Avenue may change. And so I don't want to ask anything to be done right away, but I do feel sympathy for the people who are trying to cross the street and for the people who are watching them cross the street, because I think that there is some visual disturbances there that make it really hard to see that crosswalk. And having said that, yeah, I agree. It's not our job to say, put a crosswalk light here. But I think that we haven't looked at that particular crosswalk close enough.
And I'm just wondering, just on a point of order, Councillor Bressie, we didn't get a chance to listen to everybody until you jumped into a motion. So I'm just wondering if we shouldn't have general debate first, but I'll accede to what everybody would like. I just had a number.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, in order to have a fair discussion, I think it's appropriate for there to be a motion on the floor. Questions that council need answered from administration based on that motion are appropriate at this time. So with the business arising on the floor, it's completely appropriate to ask administration questions in order for council to make their decision on the motion.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Okay. Any other debate? Councillor Bressie.
No other debate, but just something I will highlight to administration is I did not put a timeline on this. That if this motion does pass, administration decided they wanted to wait till construction was done and find a time where we're getting a more representative of what long-term patterns might be, I'd be fine with that. So just want to highlight to administration that I did not put a time request on this. So it's not like I'm expecting this to come back to the next committee or anything like that.
Okay, Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Connor. So my question is for Ms. Hughes. For me, because I cross these crosswalks quite a bit, but there's a lot of other crosswalks that I also use in the city, and I find it's an issue citywide, not just this one intersection. And I think the reason that this came forward is because there is somebody monitoring this. And I think if you monitor every intersection in the city that doesn't have the lights, you would find the same thing. And so what generally is happening is one car is stopping and the next one, failing to realize that there's a reason that car is stopping, just blows through. And that's where we're having issues. So I guess my question is, has Bylaw explored or is it active in monitoring and patrolling crosswalks and for safety?
Ms. Hughes?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, that is part of their patrols. So when they go down to any part of the city, but particularly in the downtown core, that is one of the things that they look at. So parking, speeding, of course, blowing through those crosswalks as well. So they're definitely, their eyes are open, and any infractions is what they do act on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you. And I just think something that's different about this road than others is we don't have photo enforcement on it. So for those that don't know, if you go to our city website, you can find, for everywhere we've got photo enforcement, you can find a risk analysis that shows how fast traffic is moving through there. And my usual process when somebody says, hey, somebody's always speeding down this road and it's really dangerous, is to go to that map and go, oh, there's a lot of red on that map. You're right, there might be a problem. Or, oh, there's not red on this map. Actually, the real data that we're collecting there doesn't show that there's risk there. We don't have that photo enforcement on 100th Ave, so I just don't have the usual tools to evaluate it that I usually do. So that's why I'm treating this one different than I usually treat these requests, because I don't have the same information on the street I often have when people raise these concerns.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call the question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor?
You sounded doubtful on that. That was carried. Thank you very much. And with that, If there's no further business, we will have a recess, and we'll be back at 6 o'clock.
my last committee meeting, unfortunately, Councillor O'Connor did not recognize me.
Ow! Okay, one name, just one name out, that's all. Okay, thank you. And how many years?
It's been, it's about 14 3/4.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your service. We appreciate it, thank you.
Very much.
Okay, with that, I would like to call the council meeting and at an end and open the public hearing. And there are two public hearings tonight. And the first one is Land Use Amendment C-1260-156. And I'll pass the ball over to Mr. Welton.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Connor. The city has received an application to amend the land use bylaw. The amendment would rezone 1.22 hectares of land in the northwest part of the city, just south of Highway 43, from AG Ag to RC RSA, which is the city's new country residential district that was added to the land use bylaw in December of 2021. This area was annexed into the city in 2016, and it currently retains the ag zoning that was part of the county's land use bylaw. The RC RSA district that I mentioned was added to the bylaw in December of 2021, was intended to accommodate country residential subdivisions exactly as is being proposed. As I mentioned, this area is located just south of Highway 43. Most of the surrounding area is agriculture. The area across Bear Creek actually contains a couple of like RV storage or RV, almost like an RV residential area, really. This aligns with the Council's strategic plan housing area focus by accommodating suitable housing options. The area is identified for residential in the Bear Creek North area structure plan. There is no OP for this area. That'd be premature to adopt or prepare an outline plan for this area. As I mentioned, this area is ag. This map here shows some of the surrounding zonings. As part of the notification process, we require the applicant to put a sign up on the site. We posted the proposed amendment on the city's website, and we sent letters to the surrounding property owners. And I received no comments or concerns as a result of these public notification methods. So in summary, the city has received this application to amend the land use bylaw to facilitate the subdivision of one 1.22 hectare country residential lot that would accommodate a country residential dwelling, and therefore we are recommending that council give this first, second, and third reading. Thank you, Mayor O'Connor.
Thank you very much for your report, and I'd like to call up, is there any people that are in support? No? Okay, sorry, process. Is there any questions, and I see Councillor Blackmore, any questions to administration? Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mike O'Connor. I have a couple questions. For how many, do we have any idea at this point how many residents would go into this particular area of property?
Only one residence would be allowed, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so it's a single residential, it's like a subdivision like a farmer would do with his home quarter?
Through the mayor, yes, it'd be like one lot for one dwelling unit.
Okay, then I don't have any further questions because that's not what I was envisioning.
Okay, next in the queue is Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Connor. Mr. Welton, I don't see a map in our package, but I think I pulled it up on my my cell phone. So it would just be, you mentioned across the creek from Country Roads RV, so essentially just west of Country Roads RV?
Through the mayor, if our IT person can call the map back up onto the screen.
Oh, okay. I was looking a little bit further north.
Yes, the RV places are up here. If you can see my the cursor up here on the north side of the creek, this red box represents the approximate size and location. It's not exact, but this is the approximate size and location of the lot that this rezoning would accommodate.
Okay, and I think that answers my question because we talked about highway access in that zone earlier in the day, and I do see a gravel road that would run south along that green line. So there is access into the property.
Through the mayor, yes, there is.
Okay, thank you.
Whoops, Councillor O'Toole, and I accidentally deleted you for some.
No, I deleted myself. That question that I was going to ask was asked and the answer was given, so I don't need to ask it again or receive a second answer. Thank you.
Ouch. Okay. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Connor. My question is, with this residential development, does it have any impact on future development for, whether it's industrial or anything outside of residential?
Through the mayor, it should not. This is obviously a single house in an area that over time is intended to be single family residential at an urban density. And so in the future, as this area develops and services are provided, which is obviously far away, this lot could potentially be part of a re-subdivision, as we see around Grande Prairie, where you have a quarter section, a farmer has taken out 3 or 4 acres for his homestead lot, and then over time that lot basically gets re-subdivided and integrated into an urban density residential development. We see that happening here sometime in the future, and we don't see this being a hindrance to that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bressie.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Walton just addressed my questions, so I'm good. Thank you.
Well, that was quick. Okay. Now I can call if there anybody would like to speak for this development. Mr. Osler.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Connor and councillors. Scott Rossler with Helix Engineering here on behalf of Lonnie Nonachuk is the guy who's developing this. So just give a little bit of context as far as what the intentions are here. Lots of questions around what's going on in the neighborhood and whatnot. So open to most of those. I did clear most of this with him that he's unfortunately unable to be here tonight, but he did give me the okay to give you guys information if you had any, or had any questions. This is being developed as part of a parcel that he purchased, and actually the remainder of the quarter is likely going to be developed as a tree farm. So some of you are aware he purchased Greenblade some time back, so he's got to move the tree farm. So this is part of that. The intention is to have this fenced in the future with some, it'll essentially be developed, and this acreage is actually one of potentially a couple that may come. Currently he just needs a single. Likely caretakers, his family, he's got some family that's going to move into this to kind of help take care of the business there. So if there's any questions around kind of what's going on, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, open the floor to questions. Councillor Bosch, you're still in the queue. No? Okay. There appears to be no other persons in the queue, which you got off lightly. So is there anybody else to speak for this development? That's the second time I'm asking. And for the third time, I'll ask, is there anybody in chambers that wishes to speak for this proposal? Okay, seeing none, is there anybody that would speak against this development? I'll ask a second time, is there anybody that would speak against this proposal? And for the third time, is there anybody that would speak against this proposal? If not, I will then close the public hearing, and we'll go to business arising. Councillor Blackmore.
I would move council give first reading to Bylaw C 1260-156, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
That motion is in order. Any discussion or debate?
Not on first reading.
Not on first reading? Well, you learn something new every day. So the vote, call a question? You have the floor, Ms. Black.
I would move second reading of Bylaw C 1260-156.
Okay. Call a question? That is carried unanimously, and we'll call for the third, but it must pass unanimously.
I will move that council give third reading of Bylaw 1260-156.
Okay, and this
have third reading at this meeting.
important word. So thank you very much. This must pass unanimously. Call a question. That was carried unanimously. And
I would move third reading.
Third reading is in order. Call a question. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Next time we're going to ask harder questions.
So we have land use. Do you want me to just refer? Yeah. Director Glavin, I'd like to call this in order for Bylaw C 12-159. What's that? Oh, yes. Sorry, I missed a little bit. Somebody else is leaving us. So, Director Glavin.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Connor. In theme with our last presenter, this is also going to be Reid DeRoche's last meeting as a city employee. He is off to different pastures at the County of Grande Prairie, taking on their new manager of planning role.
That's a good bad luck, buddy.
So
I'm thinking Brian can't keep staff.
Between retirements and promotions, I guess. But I'd like to thank Reid for his 8 years of service with the city.
And if you want to say anything, I'll give you the opportunity to do that, Mr. DeRoche.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Connor. It's been a great privilege working here at the city, and I look forward to continuing to work with you and your staff as my career moves forward, and also to keep living in Grande Prairie, this wonderful city that you guys all make happen. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. It's always great to recognize employees. We'd like you to stay, so that's whatever. Okay, we'll now move on to Bylaw C 1260-159, and Director, is that who is Reid? Oh, you're going to finish one last piece of business. Yes. Thank you, Reid.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Connor. So the proposed amendment is rezoning the site referred to as Countryside Crossing from urban reserve to general commercial. The current zoning urban reserve is essentially a holding district that allows agricultural uses to continue while waiting for a proposed type of development to come in through the zoning process. And so at this stage, the proposed new zoning is general commercial. And this is intended to support convenience types of commercials, such as gas stations, restaurants, offices, strip malls, that type of thing, that are compatible with adjacent residential uses. And so the subject site is in the southeast of the city at the intersection of 68th Avenue and 92nd Street on the corner identified here. Directly to the north is more future commercial development with some future residential even further to the north. The general land use in the area is low density residential, and there are several future commercial sites just to the west and southwest of the railway near the subject property. And so based on this location next to a busy arterial road, as well as the adjacent residential and commercial uses, this site is suitable for the proposed zoning and compatible with adjacent land uses. In terms of relevant statutes, the Municipal Development Plan Future Land Use Map identifies the area specifically for future industrial. However, there is also commercial identified nearby, and the Municipal Development Plan map is intended to be interpreted in a general manner and to be refined at the area structure plan phase. And so what we see in the Southeast Area Structure Plan is that the site is identified for future commercial development, and the policies within that plan specify convenience type commercial, which would be the general commercial district that is being proposed. There is no outline plan for the site, and typically we would require an outline plan prior to rezoning and subdivision. However, based on the location of this site, it's a narrow strip of land across from areas that are already developed with outline plans, and it's likely to be serviced just off of 92nd Street, all with internal infrastructure. We didn't see any merit in requiring an outline plan in this process, and so we are supporting the rezoning without one, or recommending support for the rezoning without one. We did the regular notification of signs on the property and letters to adjacent property owners and notices on the city website, and we did not hear back from any stakeholders. And so our recommendation, based on the compatibility of the site, is that the bylaw be given all 3 readings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeRoche. And I have a number in the queue for questions of administration. First up is Grantberg.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So my question is, and I'm fully in support of seeing this as a commercial spot. To me, it makes perfect sense. It's along a train track and 2 arterial roads. But this is also a famous area for social media where people are complaining about trains. And we do hear the odd complaint about people saying, hey, we need to put some kind of overpass or train crossing here. And I know that they're not cheap. But looking forward to the future, do we have enough land should we decide to put an overpass there over the train? Do we have enough land to accommodate that?
Mr. DeRoche?
Through the Deputy Mayor. I have not heard of any requests for this at this location. I have heard of it further north at 84th Avenue, but at 68th Avenue, there is a railway crossing there. We haven't had any conversations about overpasses. So I am not really able to answer that question, whether or not we would have enough land to accommodate one.
Okay.
Yes, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Connor. Just a quick question in regards to commercial activity. Is this just getting things ready for future commercial activity, or is there potential plans for someone to take that site?
Through Deputy Mayor, at this stage that we're involved in, it's currently only a rezoning. That would be potentially a question for the applicant, but that's not information that we require for the rezoning, so I'm not able to give you a complete answer to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have a couple questions. One is, my recollection is that this is actually a rezoning to what used to be at one time, that it was at one time commercial and then moved to multi-residential and then back to commercial and agriculture. Am I right?
Through the Deputy Mayor. At one time, the site was rezoned for business industrial, so a lighter industrial district. And then it was rezoned back to urban reserve to allow for agricultural uses in the interim while waiting for a more viable development proposal for the area.
Okay. And there's a fairly significant wetland in that corner. I'm wondering or how we're addressing that.
Through Mr. O'Connor. That would be addressed at the actual subdivision stage when design reports are being provided.
Thank you. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I'm curious, we do hear a lot of concerns from residents about 92 Avenue and just lack of city investment in, or sorry, not 92 Avenue, 92nd Street, and just lack of what some residents perceive as not enough investment in that street. Has Any analysis been done yet in terms of if this goes forward, if there's more work that we should be making sure we're getting on our capital books to support it?
Mr. DeRoche?
Thank you to the Deputy O'Connor. That's not a typical part of our process. As development occurs, the engineering services typically assess the impact of new development and what that means for infrastructure needs, such as trails or road improvements. But myself and the rezoning process is not directly involved in that.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding what I'm hearing. So you're saying that hasn't happened yet, but that will be part of our process at some point before development actually happens here.
Sorry, to the chair, I'm going to refer to Mr. Glavin.
Okay, Director Glavin, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Connor. So we have had a traffic engineering group look at this. They have supplied us with traffic impact analysis for this area. We already have some projects that are going to be adding some improvements in this area, but at this time it is sufficient for the current uses.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Burke.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So kind of a follow-up to Dylan and for Director Glavin, I guess, is a continuation, because right now that is strictly a ditch that is there, if I recall properly. So I would assume that it would be natural that we put a curb and gutter in there, but your answer just to Councillor Bressie was that it's adequate. So I guess in my mind, if it's not curb and gutter, then it would seem to me inconsistent with the rest of the city.
Director Glavin.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Connor. So this would be consistent with normal practices. If you look at 132nd Avenue, for example, it still has ditches in there, and we'll eventually upgrade that to an arterial road where we have it twinned, and there will be curb and gutter in there, more than likely, similar to 92nd Street. It just hasn't triggered that investment yet.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I just have a quick question. Do we deal with access onto the property, or do they deal with that once a development does anything, Director Glavin?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Connor. We deal that through development permitting, and that's a separate internal process.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I'd like to ask if there's anyone that would like to speak for, seeing there's nobody else in the queue, to speak for this project. Mr. Rossler. The two Scots.
Yes, sir. Thank you again, Scott Rossler with Helix Engineering. With me, Scott Pravitz with Prudential Lands. So he's the developer of this project. So I'm actually going to let Scott deal with the majority of the questions around what's happening there and the intention of the proposal. I'll just deal with a couple of the engineering questions that came up at the beginning there. There was a question around the wetland that whether there was one there or not. There was. Well, there still is today. It's already been dealt with through Alberta Environment. There's been compensation paid, and so we'll have to still follow their rules as far as work within that. But necessary approvals have been taken care of through Alberta Environment already on that for that entire property. Actually, that was several years ago now. Also, just to discuss the road improvements, we have been working with engineering, so there is proposed development on the property, so there isn't a reason and intention behind this. I don't think we'd be here if there wasn't. So now that being said, we are working through fairly not significant road improvements, but there are some road alignments and readjustments and whatnot within that 68th Ave intersection. So, and specifically with the turn bay that I don't know, there's kind of an expanded corner there on what would be the northwest corner of the intersection. So working through that as well. And so with that came TIAs and everything else along with the engineering. So subsequent to this, upon completion of offers to purchase and whatnot, there would be engineering and subdivision following, which obviously won't come here, but something that's being currently actively pursued. So maybe let Scott talk if he has anything to say around the proposed development, and then we can answer questions.
Yep, thank you very much. Scott Pravitz, Prudential Lands. I guess just to give a little bit of history, Mrs. Blackmore is correct. Like, this piece of property goes back a long way, and I think we've almost owned it for 20 years. And can I ask to pull up a map that was up there before? It was the one that showed the site with the zoning on it.
There we go.
That one. So like I said, we've owned it for almost 20 years, and we're land developers, so that's our job. We've been trying to make this piece of property work for a long time. So we developed all to Countryside North, so to the east there, and also southeast and Countryside South. And so we're very proud of that area. We think there's obviously things you can always look back and nitpick, but we've tried to make this site work. And it started with industrial, I believe. And we didn't feel like that was a right fit within a residential neighborhood for many reasons. So then we thought, okay, let's try to look, because we're also residential developers, builders. So we looked at doing residential. And the amount trying to work with CN was challenging, to say the least. What's that? So that pretty much made it like not realistic. And so now we've kind of switched gears to thinking commercial, more like the local type commercial. So we do have somebody interested in that southern site. So that's the reason we're here tonight. But just I wanted to give a little bit of a background on that. And also, it's very difficult, which Brian and Reed and everybody at the city will know, and Scott, how difficult this property is to service. There's issues with Aquaterra, with drainage, with grades, with very difficult. So to even have that site, and you can talk about this, I'm fine with that. It's a significant investment to develop that site. And we're luckily, the owner of our company is willing to do that, and he has, and most of you know who he is, and so I guess I'm just here to say that we are trying to make this piece of property work. We are invested in that area. We are doing our best to make it fit within the neighborhood, and that everybody's proud and happy with what we developed there.
Okay, I have one person in the queue if you're open for questions. So, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Chair Deputy O'Connor. Yeah, thanks. You answered my question that I had previously asked Reed that couldn't answer that one out of your scope there. This is more of a comment. I'm really happy to see some commercial go in that spot. I think all that residential around it, if I were to open a business, that would be a prime location for all the people that live in that area. So yeah, more of a comment from me that I'm happy to support something like this.
Okay, and Councillor Blackmore.
This is a little bit of a question of curiosity more than anything, but so the property further north you're looking at as future residential? No? All
I
of
don't
it?
know why that's up there. No.
Okay.
So the farther north you go, there's the shunting yard. It gets even more difficult to do anything next to that. So that I don't know why that says that.
Yeah, CN has very strict restrictions around residential development next to the rail. So, and actually the classification changes. So right about where it says future commercial there, south of that is just a single line, but north of that you get into their shunting yard and the setbacks become quite large. So we did look very extensively at putting residential in there, but between the berm that we have to put up on 92nd Street and the setbacks that we have on the rail, and there's also an aqua gas pipeline along the west side of the property, there isn't much left. So commercial it is.
Okay, because I was going to ask you if this went to the fence line or all the way north to the gravel recycling place. No.
The fence line.
The fence line.
And that's where where we're bringing the services from.
Yeah, we actually connect to, the property goes actually just a little bit outside of the photo that's shown there, basically to the north end of the residential for Countryside North. But
Where your access is.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a driveway there.
Yeah. Where there's a sign there and everything. But we actually have to bring sanitary from north of that to get to this property. So it's lengthy.
Okay. Any other?
No other questions.
Okay. I'm going to clear the queue.
Can I make one more? Sorry.
Oh, you can have all the time you want.
I do want to thank the city administration and Brian. Like, access is an issue here, and it always has been, and they've been very, very willing to work with us. So awesome.
Okay. That's good. With that, I think there's no further questions, so I'll ask, is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this? I will ask again for the second time, is there anybody in favor to speak for this project? And for the third time, I will ask, is there anyone in favor of speaking to this project? Okay, seeing none, I will ask, is there anyone against this project, not in favor? I'll ask a second time, is there anyone not in favor of this project? And I'll ask the third time, is there anyone that's against this project to come forward? Seeing none, I will move that we close the public hearing and go to business arising. And I'll be looking for someone. Ooh, Mr. O'Toole's next speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Michael Connor. I move the council give first reading to Bylaw C-1260-159, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
That motion's in order. Call the question. That's carried unanimously. And will you have another piece of business?
Yes, I move the council give second reading to Bylaw C-1260-159.
That motion is in order. Any discussion or debate? I see none. Oh, you didn't. Oh, there, you pressed the wrong button. I'll allow you this one time. Go ahead, Mr. Bressy.
I could have got on third reading. Anyways, yeah, just speak this. This one brings back memories. I think this was my first controversial vote ever on council, is this piece of property. So it's fun to see it potentially actually getting developed now. So great to hear that our staff have been working so well with that, and just to see it developed. It was said earlier, but I really can't underscore how important these developments east of our track are for quality of life for about a quarter of our city. It really makes a big difference when you don't have to wait for a train to go get your kids a cold Slurpee on a hot day, or whatever businesses end up here. It really does improve quality of life. Every time we see jobs and every time we see services east of that track, it makes a huge difference in our community. So I'm excited to see this before us, and I'll be voting yes.
Perfect. Is there anyone else? I see no one in the queue, so we'll call the question. That is carried unanimously, and we have another motion.
I move the council have third reading of Bylaw C-1260-159 at this meeting.
And it's important to remember that if it does not pass, this motion will fail. It must be carried unanimously, so we'll call the question. That motion is carried unanimously. Mr. O'Toole.
I move the council give third reading to Bylaw C-1260-159, being an amendment to the land use bylaw. And speaking on this, a lot of things have started to develop. We've got a Freshco over there, grocery store on that side of the tracks. We've got a little mall in there now. We've got a lot of things that have happened in the last 5 years, a lot of things that have happened in the last year. And I'm looking forward to seeing something on this side of 168th or 68th Avenue.
Perfect. Any other comments? I see nobody in the queue. Call a question. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And I would like to call them. Yes, I'll call this part of the meeting closed, and then we'll move on to delegation business. We have none, and councillor member reports. So let's see, who's first? I'm going to go to Councillor Bosch.
Yay. I want to be first in a lottery ticket, not this. Anyway, I'll take it. This last couple of weeks have been really busy, not so much with council business, but personal business. My son graduated, so I've been just a bit busy with that. So it's really good. But came back from the grad July 1st and participated with many, if not all, council at the July 1st parade and festivities. It was great. The last time I was a judge in the parade, this time I got to be a part of the parade. And I have to tell you, that's easier than judging. It was a lot of fun. The only thing I would say is we need more candy. We definitely need to give more candy. And that needs to be written down somewhere and remembered. So then we went to the park, of course, and lots of different things going on there. I was enamored by the bubble guy. I think that was just fun, watching the kids jump at that. And the music was great, and food and everything else. We gave away, I think, 26 cakes, 28 cakes. So that was fun. And July 6th, City Council and myself went to the art gallery for a meet and greet with our new executive director, Daniel Becker. So happy to have him come to our community, and I think he's going to do great things for the gallery and for our overall city and region. As well, that night went to the Community Futures Barbecue with several other stakeholders in the city, and that was held at the Veterans Memorial Gardens. And that's the first time in warm weather that I've been there, other than Remembrance Day. So it was really nice to be in those gardens on a lovely night, and just visiting and the camaraderie with all our stakeholders in our community. And upcoming, I'd like to speak on the street performers that's coming. Being one of the organizers, I'm happy to have that back in the city center, July 22nd to 24th. So we look forward to everyone coming to check that out. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much. For committees, I attended the Combative Sports Committee on January 29th. We hadn't met for quite a while, and we wanted to get some stuff into the books as we are looking at maybe making some adjustments to our bylaws and talking about some processes that we do internally, such as having some documentation for new members of the committee, or the commission, I should say, when they get, when the fall, look out for volunteers to be on commissions and committees. So we're doing some paperwork and getting some processes in place. I'm working pretty hard, and there is talk, a possibility of an event happening in late October, early November, of a MMA event taking place here in town. And for other stuff, let's see, I had an accessibility advisory committee meeting on June 30th, and that was just to discuss some of the things that we've got ongoing plans. And one of them is the cheerleaders annual day of where we promote the concerns of people that are in wheelchair bound, as well as walkers. Then we had a break. We talked about Canada Day, the celebration, and the Canada Carnival. That was a good day, or a good part of my day on July 1st, being down at the park and walking the parade route. Just what else? We talked about the meet and greet, and I also attended the Decoy Armory Hub project and what the process is there, and where we're a little shy on money. So you may hear this Decoy Hub project quite a bit here in the next 3 or 4 months. And with that, we did have an afternoon tea at the Reverend Forbes Homestead. And I'm very embarrassed to say that I've lived here for about 55, 56 years, and I have never been in the building. I've walked around it, looked in the fence, but to sit down and have a spot of tea with the board members that have refurbished that homestead was, well, I knew them all. I don't know if that means that, well, some of them are in their 90s, and I can tell you that it was a great historic location that I was very proud to partake in and hear the stories of, this is the founding cornerstone of Grande Prairie back in the day. And I think everybody that lives in Grande Prairie, visiting Grande Prairie, should see that. It was the first hospital, and yeah. I'm gonna get emotional here if I don't shut up here, so I'll move on. It was great, and other than that, I went to the Filipino basketball tournament. It was an invitational. It was held at Maud Clifford Public School, and that was all day Saturday. And Sunday, we handed out the hardware. The town of Peace River basketball team was the winning team. Grande Prairie come in second. There was basketball players coming from Calgary, Edmonton, Whitecourt, Fox Creek, Hinton, Edson, Peace River, Dawson Creek, and Fort St. John, and Grande Prairie. So there's quite a few people that come to Grande Prairie, and I think it was a very good experience for everybody there. So with that, I will pass on the microphone.
Okay. Councillor Blackmore.
I was expecting you to go the other way. So even though a couple councillors have said that all of council was at Canada Day, I was not at Canada Day. I was in Edmonton on family business and was not able to attend Canada Day here. But I know that you all had a great time because I watched the video that Ken Connors put together. He did a fabulous job. So I saw y'all out there along with all the other floats. And one of the things that pleased me the most was it was led by a marching band, which doesn't always happen, but I think a parade without a marching band is not a parade. One of the things that Councillor Thiessen and I have been doing is we've been hosting a group of young kids from ages probably 4 to 10 or so with Champion Gym summer camps, teaching them about what happens in council chambers and what?
He's just signaling to me. That's
I can see that. Anyway, so we get some really interesting questions, and then the children get a chance to sit in these seats at the horseshoe and make a decision about policy that they think is important, and let council know that the first Champion Gym class are very indignant that we would think about spraying dandelions.
Yes, they were very indignant.
They're all about the bees. We also had a recreation and culture update 101 a training session for us to teach us what is happening in administration. And speaking of recreation, the new picnic benches have been installed in Muskogee Park. They're pretty cool looking. They're quite a different shape than they were previously. I know some people have wondered where the old picnic tables are going, and I believe they're being repurposed to other locations in the city after repair. We met with the art gallery director, executive director Daniel Becker. I think most of us were there for that. That was enjoyable to meet and tour the basement of the art gallery, which not very many people get to see. And finally, I also attended the tea at Forbes Homestead, and I think it's important that we thank all of the seniors who worked for many years without a lot of funding to restore the Forbes Homestead to its current condition, which is really good. It's excellent. And thank you for staffing it. If you wish to tour that building, I think it's open Wednesday, Thursday, and I don't know if it's open Saturday.
Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, right?
So 1:30 to 4:30 on Wednesdays and Fridays, and maybe one other day. Just casually, we'll yell it out when. Okay, and in the meantime, that concludes my report.
Thank you, and Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Dylan gets to close. All right. Yeah, well, there's still Mike, but he's had the mic a lot. All right, so yeah, it was actually a pleasure meeting Daniel Becker, new executive director of the Art Gallery of Grande Prairie, and a little bit of promotion or context for people that are unfamiliar. The Art Gallery of Grande Prairie is Alberta's second largest public art gallery, only to the Art Gallery of Alberta, which is in Edmonton. In Edmonton, it's about a $10 or $12 fee to get in. Ours is free. And there's 7 gallery spaces to tour. So if you haven't been to the Art Gallery of Grande Prairie, this summer would be a great time to get in there. Also took part in Canada Day. It's the first time in about 5 or 6 years that I've actually jogged. Again, that marching band marched well ahead of us. And for anybody that's familiar, I think they finished probably 20 minutes ahead of us, the RCMP, along with our provincial and federal leaders. But we led the rest of the parade at a manageable pace. And speaking to the parade, I really want to thank administration and staff for actually capturing what appeared to be the real Sasquatch and having him in our parade before we let him free at the end of the parade. So again, if you haven't seen the video, we actually had what appeared to be the authentic Sasquatch on our parade. And then finally, I wasn't able to attend the Nighthawk AGM. That was the same evening as our last council meeting, but I did read the minutes, and as always, there's some people cycling in and some people cycling out, and they're doing some really good work there around the slide and in rehabilitation of the Nighthawk ski area. So from what I could see, they're looking for 2 people to sit on their board. So I suggest anybody out in the community that is interested in joining the Nighthawk board, probably to reach out to Jonathan Clarkson with Nighthawk, and from there he can direct you to the next meeting to get involved. Another great organization in the region. And I just want to say that the cake that we served on Canada Day, Councillor Laners and I figured out roughly 42 square feet of cake was served. Wow. 42 square feet plus edges.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go to almost last but not least, Councillor Bressie.
Some would say certainly least. I'm curious, was that the artist or the engineer that figured out the square footage of cake?
A little bit of both.
Oh.
We were team.
Okay. How many cubic feet was it?
That you'd have to ask
Okay,
John.
can you just, let's move it along here, people. Come on.
A few things I got to attend was Help Seekers hosted an online municipal leaders forum talking about social issues and social investment in the community. It was great to hear from Mayors Gondek and Mayor Lehman from Barrie, Ontario, about some of the social solutions they're finding in the communities. But the really interesting thing was Help Seekers showed an information dashboard about what's going on in different communities across Canada, how much money is being invested in them, and what levels of government is investing in them, how much is private. And it's interesting data that I'll be bugging our administration to see if I can get a look behind the scenes under it, because there was some interesting stuff there. I spent most of my time in the last 2 weeks doing Alberta municipalities duties. As council knows, I'm on the team working with RMA to come up with an infrastructure funding formula, and got to travel to Edmonton 3 times to do that over the last 2 weeks. But the talks are going really good, and it's been really interesting. I've learned a lot about how infrastructure funding and taxation works in rural areas. So it's been very interesting so far. The highlight for me too, though, was Canada Day. I think by the end, we got Councillors Bosch and Berg. They figured out how to do the system of candy. So there's hope for the rest of you, maybe. It's for some reason, I was in the stormwater utility model booth next to where you guys were serving cake, and for some reason, people weren't that interested in my booth. You guys had a line all the time, and I had like 6 people come by. I think the stormwater utility model is one of the most interesting things going on in Grande Prairie right now. And we were also talking about the snow service review, so I was very confused by that. It makes me question our community. But on a serious note,
cake. Sorry.
On a serious note, the low light and the highlight of Canada Day was we had a whole bunch of free carnival rides for kids. And I say it was the low light because I spent about 4 hours in that parking lot while my kids went on all those rides. But it really was the highlight, watching the community come together and have those rides. And the highlight maybe of my whole year on council so far was talking to one mom where she actually got emotional, saying that she watches these things come through our community. Her kids have never been able to ride these rides before. And she was tearing up as she was talking about the opportunity that she got to give her kids, because we gave that opportunity to our community. And so watching that happen, while also watching some people brave the pool in very cold weather because they could do it for free and watch the free entertainment, it really is an important opportunity that I know kids that come from families that can't afford a lot of opportunities, they'll remember those days in the park for the rest of their lives. So it really was not just fun, but really meaningful for me to be there at Canada Day. So thank you to all of our staff that put that event on. It was really much appreciated by me and tens of thousands of others.
Thank you very much. And to echo those statements, huge kudos to go out to Stephanie Cajolet and her staff. That was a phenomenal day in the park after the parade. And the Sasquatch was behind me on the float, and thank God I wasn't able to run down the street. But he was scary, man. I had a lot of people tell me he was scary and had stinky feet, whatever. So attended a Recreation and Culture 101, attended the county put on Economic Developers Officials course 2 Wednesdays ago. And it was interesting to hear the presenter talk about how important the Chamber of Commerce is in helping develop your communities, and also how important Rotary clubs are and she had big kudos. And I'm sitting there with my Rotary hat on going, hey, look at me. So it was very exciting. Let's see. Champions Gym, I got to echo Councillor Blackmore. These kids are so engaged, and once they realized they were going to make a decision, they were excited and engaged. So we have 2 of those functions going on. I don't know if other council members, there's 2 tomorrow, so I don't know who I'm working with, but I'd encourage any councillors that are able to join me. I'd appreciate it. And I brought greetings for the horses at Evergreen Park and how important this facility is to the area and the region, and it needs to be supported. And they're so happy to reach out to people in the community and have them fun for all members of the family. And I brought greetings from to the Filipino Basketball Association tournament. What an exciting group. These people are very engaged in our community, and they did a bang-up job at this tournament. And so I just want to say thank you very much, and we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much. Have a great day.